Commissioners?
I'll move that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Was there, I'm sorry, I didn't vote yet. Was there a change on that
On the
agenda
minutes.
with the minutes you got?
Yes.
Okay,
They've been changed.
okay. Then I vote aye, thank you.
Thank you. This morning, we have an opportunity for persons to address the board. Madam Clerk, we have two, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Johnson, we'll hear from you first. Please state your name for the viewing public.
My name's Ruth Johnson. My husband Wayne and I have property on Randall Road. We bought the property in 1979. And then we bought property on Boots Road, built some storages. It was in 80. And then we bought property on Massey Ferguson Road, and we have an office and storages there. So consequently, we've been using Randall Road and the alley that connects Massey Ferguson Road and Boots Road for over 40 years. Originally, when we bought the property on Randall Road, that alley wasn't there, and the people in the mobile home park, which is on the west side of our Randall Road property, were going through our properties to get to town and Massey Ferguson. So the county was given the land to have the alley between the two, Massey Ferguson and Boots Road. So for many years, that worked wonderfully, because the man that owned the mobile home park at the time, his maintenance man worked for the county. So they took good care of those roads. But then he sold the property, and Dr. Lee owns that mobile home park. Well, the county quit taking care of the road, so Dr. Lee bought his own maintainer. So he took care of them. Well, then it broke down. Well, since it broke down, they don't get taken care of anymore. I started calling last October, and I called in October, called in November, I called in December, and I talked to Kenneth Jones at the time. All I got was excuses. First excuse was the county was shorthanded. Okay, so finally they sent a grader, and the guy on the grader was going down Randall Road, but he wasn't doing the alley road that connects Massey Ferguson and Boots. So my husband went over there to talk to him. He said, "My boss told me we're not supposed to do that, that's not a county right-of-way." Really? Okay, so then I call again. So then they tell me another excuse. They say, "Oh, we don't maintain that, that's private property." No, it is not. I can show you. This is just a view of. My arm's almost not long enough. Uh-oh, I think somebody got three maybe, but anyway, that shows you what I'm talking about as far as Massey Ferguson Road, Boots Road, and then that property that we've been told all these excuses is why they can't maintain it. So since then, in May, I decided I was going to come see you people. So I came up here to find out when you met. And they asked what I wanted, so I told them. Well, then Gary Migger called me, and he said, well, he didn't know about that. He'd have to check into it. So he checked into it, and he said, yes, he agreed. Those roads needed fixed. They haven't fixed anything. He said, well, according to my records, that's being graded every 6 weeks. I laughed and I said, it hadn't been graded in 6 years. So then he gave me the excuse that, well, they said they were gonna have to grade the west exit of the alley because the trailer park was required to have 2 exits from the trailer park. But they weren't gonna do the east end of it because they didn't have to. Only the west end.
Ms. Johnson, you've exceeded your time, but I want you to wrap this up and I'll give you some extra time.
Okay, well, I have pictures, if you'd like to see, pictures of the roads. And what I've been dealing with on the east end, the people in the trailer park are using our property to make a road so they don't have to go through the big holes. Now tell me something, looking at these pictures, if you lived on roads like this, if you'd want to drive on them, when a man named Mike from the county, and I'm sorry I didn't get his last name, he came out and looked and he agreed with me. He said, oh yeah, this is bad and it needs fixed. There's trees growing in Randall Road, so they just kind of the road just kind of goes around them. You know, they haven't done anything in years and I can't get them to do anything. All I can get is excuses and, oh yeah, we'll fix it. And they don't do a thing. So why are we paying taxes? I mean, think of those poor people that live in the mobile home park. They don't have a choice. They have to either go Randall Road or that alley. I have a choice. From my office on Massey-Ferguson, I can go out to the highway, go around to Boots Road. But those people in the mobile home park, they don't have a choice. They got to use one or the other of those roads. And yet,
One quick question.
Yes.
On your map, this is what you're talking about, this area here?
I'm sorry, I guess far away.
Is
Yes,
That's the alley that's not being graded?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those people, they don't have a choice. When Mike, the man from the county, come out to look, we were on the west end of the property, and I said, drive down this alley. He said, I don't want to drive down that. That's bad. He said it would be fixed. It hasn't. It's no better. And what are we supposed to do? We pay taxes to get this done. This alleyway was given to the county many years ago. I think it was Mr. Naniga that owned the land. And he gave it to the county so the people in the mobile home park would quit driving across our properties. So the county said they would maintain it, and they did for many years, but they don't anymore. So are we supposed to take over that property and start taking care of it ourselves? Isn't our tax money supposed to be taking care of that? Shouldn't I get something more than excuses and, oh yeah, we will? I mean, I've been at this for almost a year, and nothing has happened.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments and presentation to the board. Next up for public comment, Kelly Dyer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Callie Dyer with Finney County Community Health Coalition, also known as LiveWell. I'm here today to invite you to our 25th anniversary celebration and our annual meeting not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday at Southwind Country Club, and I have the invitations. If you have not registered, we would love to have you attend our 25th anniversary. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like a great event, and I look forward to it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Anyone here gathered wish to address the commission that didn't register with the clerk? Not, then we'll proceed to our business agenda. Is there a need to amend the agenda?
There is, I would move that we amend the agenda where the sheriff has asked to be removed from his presentation today.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to take the body scanner purchase request of the sheriff off the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll proceed without that on the agenda today. First up on our agenda on the business items is to hear from Lana DeVol, President and CEO of Finney County Economic Development Corp. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
A couple of things we can talk through quickly. We did get a word last week that one of our tax credit apartment projects actually made it through and was approved for some tax credit allocations. Those are very, very competitive projects, so we were very excited to have that project get approved, and hopefully we can keep it moving and keep it on track. That does allow for some entry-level apartments, so that would be very, very helpful for us. We are continuing to work through a Holcomb housing project that could be up to around 110 homes at completion, so we're excited about that. Lots of steps yet to go, but we're making progress, and this will be Holcomb's first RHID, so Jenny's kind of excited to learn that process and get one under her belt. So we're excited to help them with that. We have a couple of tax abatements that are just awaiting, the construction is now completed on those, and we're just awaiting the updated cost benefit analyses. On those projects, we do a preliminary tax cost benefit analysis on the tax abatement, pre-construction, what they think they're going to spend, what they think will be taxable, those kinds of things. Once it's completed and the county appraisers had the opportunity to actually look at the property and determine how it's actually valued, we go back and run a post-construction cost-benefit analysis, and that comes back to you all to do the finalization. So you, the former board, has signed memorandums of understanding that there was an intent to carry through with the tax abatement so long as the construction was completed in the manner that it was suggested. So those will come back to you and start the clock on those tax abatements, hopefully within the next month or so. Empirical is moving further along, and some of you may have seen their post on social media that they're opening soon, so we're excited about that. Several folks are excited to get that project underway. I'm working with a group that is interested in exploring doing off-site construction of smaller footprint homes. So we've got a developer who is working on a land purchase, and this company that's working on getting set up to do off-site construction. We're hoping we can get the two of them in the room together this week and really talk through how that could look. We have explored off-site construction for some time and tried to get somebody interested in that, just because it does save some time, but also allows those framing crews to be working throughout the year, because they're actually framing inside of a somewhat climate-controlled facility. So we really hope this is the time that we get it accomplished, and we'll continue to go that direction. Higher education, we continue to make great strides. We've added some additional universities to the discussions, which is exciting, and looking forward to seeing where that goes. And then continuing to work with the commercial development that we've been working with, a developer out of Wichita. We will have a call this week with them. We do have an offer in front of them from the landowners, so we're hopeful that we'll be able to get a contract signed on that and get moving on the newest commercial development. We're somewhere around 500,000 to 600,000 square feet of available room, if you will, for national and regional retail providers. So basically back in the same situation we were in when we built Shulman Crossing. So it could very well be an opportunity to get the next large commercial property underway, and we're very excited about it. Happy to answer any questions I can.
My question is that Empirical thought there were around 200 and some employees. Are we still at that number when have they reached full employment?
They have not. They have hired a lot of their employees. A lot of their employees have had the opportunity to actually work on construction of the plant, and those same folks will then be operating the plant, which is a pretty neat opportunity. If you guys remember back to IBP days, that happened out there as well, where we had some folks who were in on the original construction and then moved right into maintenance. So probably nobody knew the plant any better than they did at that point. We'll see some of those same environments happen with Empirical. Yes, 300-ish is kind of the target for this phase one, and their contractors, a couple of their contractors actually are looking to work on one of the other housing projects, the MIH ARPA project that's set to get underway within the next month. So
That acronym escapes me. What's that?
MIH ARPA, that was the Modern Income Housing American Recovery Plan dollars. So that was the project where we were able to secure $2 million in grant funding and then $1.2 million in Kansas Housing Investment Tax Credit dollars towards that project. So that the first 48 units of that project are slated to begin construction over the next month. That's the one located at Palace Drive.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
The property on the housing development you're talking about in Holcomb.
Uh-huh.
Daily, numerous times a day. Are you talking about the old concrete area?
No, this is the parcel that was farmland.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because I heard there's lots of rumors or coffee mill talk.
It is not a mobile home park.
That was my question.
Yes, I am well aware. I did go to the city council last month, to one of their meetings last month, after meeting with the developers and getting more information on the type of construction. It is modular construction, so it is off-site built and then delivered, but they are large homes. They are stick-built, just like a home that would be built in place.
Well, I don't know if you can reveal this or not. Who owns that property now?
Yeah, the Varela family made that purchase, so there's several brothers that are working on putting that project together. So,
Thank you.
you're very welcome, sir.
I knew if I asked the right person, I'd find out.
You can always call or text. We're happy to dispel the Facebook rumor mill.
I know, it's,
Yeah.
yeah. As I always say, it's the social media is a bitch and moan area.
Well, social media can be amazing and can also certainly be a curse when the wildfires get started.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a tweeter, are you?
All right. Anything else? Mr. Vol, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on our agenda is the 25th Judicial District Advisory Board. And in lieu of Beth, please announce for the viewing public.
Hi, Stephanie Roush, Deputy Director, Finney County Department of Corrections, Adult and Youth Services. Thank you for seeing me this morning. Beth had some other obligations. The Director is requesting from the Board to consider a reappointment to our 25th Judicial District Community Corrections Advisory Board. Kim Fisher has served on the Corrections Board since 2014. She has served first as the mental health representative, and now she is the education representative for that board. Our alternatives, alternative 1 is to accept the reappointment as presented. Alternative 2 is to deny the reappointment and request a different candidate. The recommendation by the director is to approve the reappointment of Kim Fisher to a 2-year term on the 25th Judicial District Community Corrections Advisory Board.
Questions, Commissioners?
Kim is not here today, is that correct?
She is not.
Okay.
I would move that we accept the reappointment of Kim Fisher to a 2-year term on the 25th Judicial District Community Corrections Advisory Board.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to make the appointment of Kim Fisher to a 2-year term on the 25th Judicial District Advisory Board. Any further comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you, Commission. Enjoy your day.
Next on our agenda is to hear from Mackenzie Phillips regarding the Rivanna Bridge Off-System Bridge Project. That's all.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Mackenzie Phillips, Development Administrative Coordinator. So this morning, the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider approval of the supplemental agreement with Wilson and Company for the preliminary engineering for the Rivanna Bridge Replacement Project through the Kansas Department of Transportation's Off-System Bridge Program. So Finney County was awarded $900,000 through the Kansas Department of Transportation, KDOT, KDOT's Off-System Bridge Program for federal fiscal year 2026 to replace the Rivanna Bridge. The $900,000 awarded to the county can only be used for construction and construction engineering. The county is responsible for any costs related to the design, utility relocation, and right-of-way acquisition. Wilson & Co. Engineering completed the preliminary design of the replacement of the bridge in 2024. However, at the time, we did not receive funding for the off-system bridge. So they were completing the design with hopes in the future we would get this funding to get it built. So because of that, there's certain standards that you have to go through with that process that wasn't necessarily accounted for in the original design. So in order to meet KDOT's requirements for the off-system bridge program, additional changes to the design elements, plan production, and plan processing are needed. Wilson and Company has submitted a supplemental agreement totaling $47,916.01 for additional preliminary engineering services for the replacement of the Rivanna Bridge. So the fiscal and policy impact, like I mentioned, the off-system bridge program does cover 100% of the cost of construction and construction engineering up to that $900,000. The county will be responsible for any costs of preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, and utility relocation. So the bridge, the original agreement with Wilson and Company for the preliminary design was $61,407, which has already been paid. The additional anticipated fiscal impact to the county is approximately $62,916.01. So that takes into account this additional supplementary agreement with the changes to, or the revisions to the plans, and then approximately $10,000 for utility relocation and $5,000 for right-of-way. And those last two costs are anticipated costs, so it might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less. So the alternatives before you this morning are the Board of County Commissioners may approve and authorize the chairman to sign the agreement with KDOT with Wilson and Company for the additional design elements of the 2026 off-system bridge project. Or the Board of County Commissioners may not approve and authorize the chairman to sign the agreement with Wilson and Company for the additional design elements of the 2026 off-system bridge project. And we also have Jeff Holste with us here this morning with Wilson and Company to answer any questions that you guys might have on the design, on the project itself. So if you have any questions, he is here. And our recommendation is alternative 1.
Questions, Commissioners?
I guess we need to talk to Jeff.
Okay.
Morning.
Absolutely.
Please announce
Good morning.
yourself for the viewing public.
Jeff Holste, Wilson and Company.
Since you guys did the original design, the only thing that's changing in this is you're doing more core sampling and
No, so there's a couple of clarifications. So this will be, the original package, the original design was intended to just be a county bridge. It was then subsequently submitted for some grants, but it was not designed to be a KDOT, to go through the KDOT process for approval. It was designed to a KDOT standard, but not to go through the process. When you're receiving federal funds from KDOT, then you then have an actual process you go through for the submittals. And so what that requires is 3 additional plan review submittals. You go through what's called a field check, an office check, and then a PS&E plan review. And so it adds process to the program. And so you take the design through that. We've gone through the field check with the original design that we had so that we could get comments back from KDOT and understand what the effort would be to move to the next phase. And so we did that back in May, and now we're moving to the next, to office check. And so each of those requires a submittal package that you put together. And so it's a little bit of they're providing funding for the bridge, and so then you have to fit their process and go through those checks. And so a lot of that effort is kind of process driven. There are a few revisions to the design, but very minimal revisions. A few more additional items that need to be added that weren't required just as a county structure. Long-winded answer, but that's the nature of it. So there's a lot more.
Government at its finest, looks to me like.
In some forms, there's more checks you have to go through, and then there's a check for the bridge that comes at the end.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Any other questions?
I was just going to say, I appreciate your political correctness on his question and your response, but, really in actuality, it really is just a government red tape from the federal and the state and everything. Just
There's process. There's federal, especially this program has federal funding tied to it. And so there are some additional checks that are required to go through that federal funding process that if you're just constructing a county bridge, then it's a different process.
Yeah. This is one of those things for the viewing public who's watching this. They may not be aware of some of the things that the county is responsible for funding, and some of these additional costs that we have to pay for is requirements from the state and the feds. So anyway, for those who are wondering how their tax dollars are spent, this is a perfect example of what we're responsible for. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Well stated, Kevin.
Politically correct.
Yours wasn't. His answer was politically correct.
Mackenzie, any follow-up remarks?
No.
All right, my question to Mr. Meager is the additional request of $62,000. Is there available funds to do so? Is it budgeted correctly? Does it comply with cash basis? That's a three-loaded question.
The answer is yes.
Yes, one, yes, two, yes, three, yes, all three.
All three.
Our auditors are watching, and they'll be very happy today.
Okay. Mackenzie and I have discussed this, and we would have the funds to go forward with.
Okay, so specific funds for the budgets to be credited, the $62,000. Where's that coming from?
That would be coming from the special highway.
Yes, either the Road and Bridge Fund, if we have additional funds left in that for the year, or it will be coming from the Special Highway Fund. So we have adequate funds in both, yeah.
Well, the motion should include where we're going to debit this from, or credit this from.
Would you rather go from the Road and Bridge, or since we have some additional funding there? Or you want to go from special?
We could go ahead and just to be safe, maybe do it from the Special Highway Fund.
I would make a motion that we approve alternative one to be paid from the Special Highway Fund.
Very precise motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pay for this cost as itemized on alternative number one from the Special Highway Fund. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, bureaucracy.
Thank you.
Now we need some water under it one of these days.
It'd be nice to have a bridge for a reason.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we ought to be careful what we ask for. All right, next on our agenda is to hear from Cheyenne Wooster. Please introduce yourself. You're new for the viewing public, and tell us what you have today.
Cheyenne Wooster, Communications and Engagement Coordinator.
Proceed, please.
Finney County holds 4 professionally produced videos that promote relocation to Garden City, Holcomb, and the surrounding area. The county received a $10,000 marketing grant from the Kansas Department of Commerce to support the project. The grant amount of $10,000 was dispersed to the Garden City Area Chamber of Commerce, and funds were expended towards the production of the videos, leaving no balance for distribution and marketing. With the help of economic development, we have begun executing a no-cost marketing plan that will utilize free channels such as local websites, social media pages, and partner networks to share the videos. This approach leverages existing audiences and relationships to maintain visibility without incurring advertising costs. However, the reach of this no-cost plan is limited. It will primarily showcase the videos to residents already living in Finney County, whereas our goal is to attract interest from individuals and families outside the county or state who may be consider relocating here. The commission may consider several options: allocate $5,000 in marketing dollars from the county's general fund, approve staff to seek $2,500 from local entities with the matching county contribution, authorize staff to apply for a CVB marketing co-op grant of up to $3,000 with up to $2,000 from the county, or proceed with a no-cost Why Finney marketing approach without requesting the $5,000 in funds. So to give you a little background, in 2021, Finney County joined the Kansas Rural Opportunity Zone program. It's ran by the Kansas Department of Commerce. It's designed to attract new residents to the rural areas by promoting local opportunities and benefits. Finney County has chosen to remain in this program every year since. In July 2024, the county received a marketing grant from the Kansas Office of Rural Prosperity to support the RAWS program. Using this grant, the county teamed up with the Garden City Area Chamber of Commerce to create marketing materials, specifically videos, to highlight what makes Finney County a great place to live, work, and build a future. In June 2025, the videos were filmed and completed. There are a total of 4 videos. The first one is a general livability video, which I can show it to you here in a minute. And then there's an essential services, a retail and restaurant, and a recreation video. In July 2025, we began corresponding with economic development to receive guidance on next steps, and that's when we devised the no-cost share and tell marketing plan. It is attached within the agenda and also the paid promotion if we are able to get it funded. Gabby, you can go ahead and show it.
We've always known how to grow things here: food, opportunity, community. But over time, something remarkable happened. The world came here, and it stayed, and it grew, and you could too. Welcome to Finney County, Kansas, home to the city of Holcomb and the county seat of Garden City. Our community has held on to what matters, but we aren't afraid to reach for what's next. Out here, people still have space to breathe, neighbors who know their name, and streets where kids can still safely ride their bikes. But we aren't afraid of the city vibe either. Grab a coffee, taste something new, or buy all of the things you need. It's all here, because in this region, we are the big city. We take care of our people. Garden City is home to the largest hospital in the region, complete with medical clinics, specialty doctors, and a cancer center. Paired with dozens of local doctors, we have world-class care that is close to home. We're helping parents raise kids who are ready for tomorrow by giving them what they need today. Our schools offer everything parents could want: schools that have smaller class sizes, as well as a 6A high school with a multitude of sports, electives, and opportunities, and a community college offering associate degrees, technical training, and even 4-year options through university partnerships. Out here, we embrace everybody. Diversity is more than just a buzzword. You sense it when you drive by our restaurants, walk into our classrooms, and experience our cultures. You'll find stories from all over the world, and we're proud they've become part of ours. In Finney County, we've got less traffic, lower costs, and a slower pace that lets us live a little bit more. Come grab a drink with friends, watch a local sports team, and take your kids to the zoo for free, or catch a tea time at one of our world-class courses. Looking for more? Don't worry. With our airport, you can get anywhere from here. And for those planting new roots, Kansas makes it easier. Finney County is a rural opportunity zone, a statewide program that offers a 100% state income tax credit just for moving here. It's one more way our community invests in the people who choose it. We know this isn't a place you stumble into, it's a place you choose. If you visit, you'll find that this is a place where big dreams and small town values find common ground. And we're not slowing down, because the world doesn't just live here, the world grows here.
So, we worked really closely with Chamber to create these videos. I'm drawing a blank when I think of who produced it, but I believe it's Mike Phillips. I'm not sure. Mike Collins Media, excuse me. In my opinion, just that video, it explains a lot of what Finney County has to offer. And he did exceptionally well. I was hoping that Micah would be here today in case y'all had any questions. Oh, she is here. Hi, Micah. Sorry. So moving on, I have some alternatives for you. So the first alternative is to authorize the $5,000 in marketing dollars from the county's general fund, authorize staff to request 50% of the $5,000 campaign cost of $2,500 from local entities with the commission matching that amount, authorize staff to apply for a CVB marketing co-op grant with a cap of $3,000 in marketing dollars, and if approved, authorize up to $2,000 from the general fund. Or alternative 4, do not authorize staff to request the $5,000 in marketing dollars and proceed with no cost Finney marketing alternative. Recommendation, staff has no recommendation at this time, and the fiscal policy impact, alternative 1, $5,000 from the general fund, alternative 2, $2,500 from the general fund if matched by local entities, alternative 3, up to $2,000 from the general fund if $3,000 marketing co-op grant is awarded, and alternative 4, no cost to the county. So do you have any questions?
I do. Cheyenne,
Morning.
first of all, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
We expect great things from you.
Thank you.
We're already seeing them, so.
Thank you.
But on this here, that's a remarkable video.
Oh.
You know, I was involved in recruitment with the police department years ago, and we made some videos, but this is a great video. Tell me your deployment strategy. How do you plan to deploy this video? I mean, are you planning on using it with other HR departments, with college, school district, et cetera?
Yes, so in the no-cost share and tell plan, it is attached to the agenda. It kind of breaks down what the no-cost plan is, and we've already began that, and that includes putting it on our county website as like a landing page. And then we anticipate to email these videos out to big companies like Tyson for recruitment, the college, USD 457, and nonprofits, especially the city, because I feel like Garden City and Holcomb, they will benefit from it as well. So we devised an idea to maybe see if they would be willing to contribute towards the, which alternative is it? 2. That, I don't have a recommendation, but that one seems like it feels good to know that people are coming together to get the funds, since we're all going to be benefiting from it. But yes, those are the main people that we would be distributing it out to.
Well, I think my thought is that because of the video and that overall, you know, that we're all trying to attract folks to come here and live and work and visit and everything. In general, I wouldn't be opposed to funding the whole thing. However, what I would prefer is alternative 2, because that way the other folks who would benefit from this, the city, Holcomb, the school district, the college, the hospital, and those folks, I would like to explore the idea of them matching you know, our cost to this. So my thought is that I prefer alternative 2 for that reason.
Mr. Chairman, I would kind of like to hear from Micah. Do you have any comments you'd like to give for us?
Good morning, Commissioners. Micah Bunch, President of the Garden City Area Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, we're really excited and happy to premiere these videos. We're going to show it again at Wednesday's Chamber Breakfast. You know, Cheyenne did a great job in her presentation, and I think the biggest impact that we were looking to make with these videos, the series of them, is to get them out into the businesses, to allow the business community to use them as a recruitment tool. If we don't do that, and that's not, you know, our focus or whatever that may be, then I think it's a lost opportunity for us to use this as a recruitment tool for the entire business community. So that's where we would really like to see the county focus, you know, their intent on how to move forward with this. And then as far as alternative two, you know, the chamber, we have some marketing dollars that we can put toward this as well. We were not approached prior to this. This is the first I knew that you guys were looking for that. So we'd have been happy to put in some funds on that as well. Any questions?
Was CVB included on this at all? Is there a piece that is more?
I don't even know that CVB knows about this project. So how this came about was in the fall of last year. We had been talking about at the Chamber of doing these types of recruitment videos for a long time. Of course, funding videography is not a cheap thing. The county reached out, said, hey, we have these RAWS marketing dollars. Is this something? And we were like, ding, 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 this makes sense. We can use this. Partnered together, went to work, collaborated with Collins Media, and it actually said that we've only worked on them in June. We worked on these videos all the way from last November to June of this year. And so I don't know that CVB is even aware that the videos exist. And so, you know, we really completed the videos and turned it back over to the county per the contracts. Our part of the contract was finished. And so that's where, however you want the chamber to be involved, economic development, CVB, I think that is up to the commission today to decide how you want the partners to come together and make these videos work for the best of our business community.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you.
And I would like to hear from Lana Duvall as well. Do you have any, since you kind of assisted with this project, I'd appreciate your thoughts.
We'll hear from Lana.
All right, thanks. Lana Duvall, President and CEO of Finney County Economic Development Corporation. Yes, so the rural opportunity zones actually came through our Economic Development Office. That's how they were introduced across the state of Kansas. Initially, we were not included in RAWS, so it was really designed when the legislature first put it in place for small communities under 5,000 population that had also lost a certain percentage of their population over the previous decade. When they did the expansion to include Finney County, they included us in both the student loan repayment portion and the 5 years income tax forgiveness, if you will, state income tax, for those who relocate to the state of Kansas and to one of the RAWS communities for an opportunity, a work opportunity. The legislature just this previous session reversed a portion of our RAWS eligibility, so Finney County now only qualifies for the state income tax abatement portion of that. We do not qualify for the student loan repayment portion anymore, which is somewhat unfortunate because I think that was pretty attractive to some folks, specifically when we were looking at educators, law enforcement, those public service type positions that do often require a college degree, but don't necessarily have huge salaries to help pay back those student loans. So we do believe that there's some good opportunity for this video, even though we are, again, just qualified for the state income rebate portion of this. But it is important that we get it seen and get it viewed. So the county has not traditionally utilized their social media as aggressively as the city of Garden City, certainly. So I think there's some really good opportunity there to partner with the city to get more viewership And I felt like Cheyenne had a good approach by incorporating the business community and the public entities to ensure that we get as much reach as possible out of it. We've done videos like this in the past through our office and utilized social media to push those out, and we're able to get a lot of people sharing those videos. The Garden City Journal page, which is under the purview of our office, has the biggest reach of outside of the immediate community of the social media sites. So we'll absolutely utilize that to help Cheyenne get these videos out there. But I think the creation of a toolbox that kind of helps people think about how to utilize the video, as well as reminders that Cheyenne intends to send out to say, hey, this would be a really good day to put up a post and tag us in it. So I think there's some good opportunities to utilize it. And I really applaud Cheyenne for reaching out and asking for some assistance in putting that program together. I think everybody kind of assumed, Larry and Jerry maybe can speak to this better, but when this grant was first received, I think when the previous administrator had partnered with the chamber, they kind of thought that would be all of it. That would be the creation of the videos and the marketing plan for the videos. So I think Cheyenne got caught a little off guard that, hey, I have these videos, but what do I do with these? But I was really, really pleased that she just took it and she found some solutions and found a way to utilize these videos. So I think she's made a great presentation to you today. Obviously, we're happy to help however we can in getting the videos out there and on display for folks who maybe don't know about Finney County.
So I have a question. We're talking about $5,000. Is that, that doesn't seem like a lot when you're talking marketing dollars. Is that going to be sufficient to get what we really need to get out there?
Yeah, in our conversation, I think finding out what we can do with that $5,000 is probably perhaps a first step. We may come back and say, hey, these videos are getting play, they're getting, they're working, we're seeing good reactions to them. But honestly, with where we are in how people are accessing information right now, it really probably is digital is our best place to go. Be a little more targeted in the areas that we're trying to reach. But I think some sponsored ads that really look to the areas outside of Kansas to promote the idea of, utilizing the state income tax portion of it would be important. I do think there's also some value, though, in having locals see these videos and building pride and having folks see that, hey, I know where that is. This is my town. There's a lot of value in that. In previous videos that we've done similar to this, we've seen a lot of folks share them and say, hey, tagging their nieces and nephews or cousins or whatever and saying, told you should come check out Garden City, So I think it has to be two-pronged. But frankly, with where we are right now, digital marketing seems to be kind of our best reach, if you will. So I think sticking with the social media campaign and doing some paid promotional pieces related to that, I think 5,000 will be enough to at least get a good start and then get a feel for how that's going to work.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Questions, others?
One more comment.
Sure.
I think, what Cheyenne presented was interesting. I think that we should, instead of saying let's dedicate all our funds to it, let's look at our partners and see if we can get them to fund it. If not, I think we'll get the money back in tax revenue and sales tax revenue. So either way, it's a great video. And when I'm in New Mexico, I do see the Garden City ads on local TV down there, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the only other comment I would make to that, Commissioner Jones, is that you are an employer, a large employer also, with some pretty significant employment needs. So you may consider looking at providing some funding for this simply as an employer versus as a taxing entity. I think there's some value in you putting some funds towards it, and then of course inviting the other partner agencies to do so as well.
I would agree with Commissioner Jones. I think we should put it back to Cheyenne to meet with CVB, chamber and see what partnership they want to engage with us. And we'll put money towards it, but see what they want to do and then come back to us and report back to us.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
No, and I think we're doing a great job marketing or building bridges between us and the other entities and the communities. I think this is a great opportunity to continue and foster that relationship.
So I think what we're saying is attempt to collect or get the 5,000 from our partners, and whatever short that you might be, come back in front of us for the difference. Does that sound about right?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Consensus.
What I'm concerned about is that we should provide leadership, including the seed money, to get this thing going. This is a remarkable video, one that really promotes our entity and our town, our county. And I'm hesitant to require chamber dollars to come to bear, or CVB money, which is tax money, economic development money, which is funded by public entities, when we ought to be providing the leadership that marketing our community is a priority for the county. So I'm of the opinion that we should fund the entire cost and allow persons under the direction of the marketing director to use these videos for the benefit of our community in cooperation with the administrator's office. Because our other taxing entities should be able to use this material without cost. And those private entities that want to use this video can share in the cost, to be determined by the staff. That's my 10 cents.
I would really like to see all of the videos and just see how that, how they translate into, if there are videos that are promoting the heads and beds, then maybe that would be something that would be more along the lines of what CVB does. We, technically, if it's not a tourism, if it's just attracting people to live here, or is it economic development a part of that?
I believe that that's the importance of the toolkit that we're creating, because it would be a digital landing page, so to speak, that they can go to, and they can grab one of the videos that really exemplifies what they're trying to push. They don't have to push all of them if they don't want to. It'll just have a lot of different information that they can decide what they want to post.
So I guess maybe I have a question for Gary. We, just recently, you had notified us that the funds that were dedicated to CVB, we've reached that. So there will be additional dollars in there. Would it be appropriate to allocate those, $5,000 from there?
Well, I think that you made a good point that this particular video tends to be a video that to attract people to come and live as opposed to come and visit. Now, there will be some that probably come and visit. It's kind of difficult to know how many might do that, but this really is more of a, as you indicated, an economic development type to come and live here and invest in the community and that kind of thing. So I would tend to think that probably the safest thing, not that CVB couldn't put maybe a little bit of money, but I think that primarily it's going to be a one that is for economic development, to have people come and live here. And I think that's where the majority of the funding should come. whether it's, I mean, if it's coming out of county funds, to make sure that we're recognizing, you know, those funds correctly and how they're spent.
And it's my understanding that those dollars are not just for tourism. They can actually be used for economic development purposes.
Well,
Is that not correct?
according to the statute, it's really to be used to bring people, tourism, bring people to motels, you know, that kind of thing. And there are a lot of events that do that. That's why those events, you know, when people come and stay in hotels for those events and they're here just for short periods of time, they usually will stay for the night or for the week or whatever. And so that's what those are really designed for, is for the, you know, to bring people, like you said, heads in beds, bring people to the community to stay in motels.
In my opinion, the video has a rational basis of marketing. Yes, it also has approach for tourism because it shows a lot of opportunities for entertainment and so forth. There isn't any doubt that we could utilize CBB economic dollars for tourism to pay for this, but it would be as simple for me in my mind that the taxpayers would love to promote their community. We're going to be asking the folks to pass a half-cent sales tax to fund major projects in our county. And the way that you build a tax base is to promote our community. And so using general fund monies to do that avoids the internal issue of whether it's marketing or whether it's for tourism in those hashed out bad words that are constructed by people in Topeka. And we're left to discern sometimes by voodoo what they mean, since we have no guidance. I think that we should avoid trying to assess out of CVB funds and instead pull it out of the general fund. The question amongst us is how much and at what time. But we've got 3 other videos to go. So we're not coming back and asking for $5,000 every time a video is made, correct? Go ahead and answer that question.
No, it's just to market all 4 of them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You need a motion.
Yes.
I move that we fund half of it out of our general fund, another half out of CVB, and then we'll let the chips fall.
Is there a second?
Second.
Larry, would you amend that to include the chamber as well?
If they want to volunteer, that'd be fine. I just think that we have the CVB looks like an obvious place to take half of it, so I don't know.
I think he's talking not from the group itself, but from the extra funds that are available to.
You know, we're not talking
No,
hundreds
no,
of thousands of
no.
dollars, so.
Yeah.
I second his motion.
Any further discussion? Plenty of time to do that.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
I'm good.
I'm going to be voting in support of this motion, although I think that I would have liked to have had 5,000. I respect the opinion of commissioners in this regard, and so we'll call the question. All those who in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done for your first time.
I do want to say that it amazes me the amount of discussion, and it's good to have it, over 5,000 as opposed to the discussion on 62,000 earlier for a bridge that never has water and may never have water. And we didn't have much debate over that 62,000, but we certainly had a lengthy debate over 5,000. I mean, It's always amazed me. I used to have these debates over small portions of my budget back when I was sheriff too, and then large items never had much of a discussion. It just interests me how things work, so.
Well, we could have not spent the 62,000 and not got the bridge repair.
Well, no, I know that it's something that we have to do.
All right.
Yeah.
Next on our agenda is to hear from the administrator regarding 2025, authorizing a lease purchase transaction.
Good morning, Commissioners. Gary Meager, Interim County Administrator. For those that maybe are viewing and have not seen this presentation, what we've been doing with the VRF system, I want to just kind of give a little bit of background. Finney County contracted with Integrated Consulting Engineers, or ICE, to conduct a study of the heating and cooling systems of the administration building, county attorney building, courthouse, and library. After presenting the results of the study to the commission, ICE was contracted to design improvements necessary to extend the life of the systems and improve their efficiency and reliability. Upon completion of the design work and accepting contractor bids on July 21st, the commission approved a resolution to enter into a lease purchase transaction to pay for the cost to acquire, equip, and install certain heating and cooling improvements. Resolution 2225 authorizes Finney County to enter into a lease purchase transaction, the proceeds of which would be used for the cost of acquiring, equipping, and installing certain heating and cooling costs for the 4 buildings I mentioned, and approve the execution of certain documents. So you've already approved the project to purchase the equipment and go forward with the project. And at that time, if you recall, it was about $3.1 million. At that time, that was the estimate. The project now, after we've refined some of those costs and we have the bids in, is $2,810,000. And before I get into alternatives, I'd like to introduce Brett Sugren. Brett is a financial advisor for Stiefel. He's been involved with helping the county to finance projects in the past, and he was involved in the 2017 financing or lease purchase of the original VRF system. So I'll turn it over to Brett, and he'll talk about the lease purchase agreement, what he's been able to put together, and the interest rates and various things. So.
Great, thank you. Did you want to pass those out if they don't have those? Good morning, sir. Please introduce yourself for the viewing public.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, Brett Sjogren with Stiefel Nicholas and Company out of Wichita. We've worked with the county for a long time. I think last time I was here, it's good to be here. But last time I was here, I believe, was in 2022. We helped refinance, I believe, Finney County Sewer District Number 3 bonds and helped lower the interest cost on those bonds and save the taxpayers some money. And prior to that, I think Mr. Jones may remember, in 2017, we assisted the county with a $6,495,000 energy efficiency lease purchase agreement for HVAC, LED lighting improvements, as Gary mentioned.
I wish you'd known more about HVAC then.
I can help pay for it. I can push the button on the thermostat, but.
It's been an educational process.
Yeah. Basically, fast forward to, or that particular financing was, we placed the entire lease with Bank of America at an interest rate of 2.58%. That was a good interest rate. Those are nice times back then. But fast forward to today, as Gary said, the equipment needs upgrades, and administration reached out to us to help structure a lease purchase transaction. Since most of the original equipment was pledged in the original lease, any subsequent lease would have a subordinate lien on those improvements, which is a challenge. The equipment is obviously depreciating. It'd be extremely difficult to find a buyer to finance the second portion of the financing, and if they did, the interest rate would likely be very high. Typically, in these types of situations, it'd require a new lease to pay off the existing lease, and then issue one lease for the entire project, both the old and the new portion. And this would be a likely option, but not a great option, as the interest rates are nearly double what they were back in 2017. As the best possible option, we contacted Bank of America to see if they'd be willing to help in this unique situation. After a couple weeks of negotiation, Bank of America offered to take on the $2,810,000 subordinate lease at a very competitive interest rate of 4.226%. Based on comps we found, this is close to a rate that we could expect on a new non-subordinate lease, and in our opinion is a great result. Leaving the 2017 lease untouched, we designed the new lease to what we call wrap around the existing lease, making small principal payments until the old lease is paid off, and levelize the payments on both issues, so the payments are level through both scenarios. This maximizes the efficient, low interest rate excuse me, on the existing lease while only adding 5 years onto the term to pay off both issues. The blended interest rate for both financings is 3.376%, with the market rate for this type of lease, if we refinance, we think would be closer to 4.25% to 4.5%. The private placement aspect also saves money on issuance costs without an offering document, rating costs, QSIP numbers, marketing fees, et cetera. So overall, we feel like this is a great outcome for the county and its taxpayers. As Gary said, the resolution for consideration this morning is an equipment lease purchase agreement resolution. Formally authorizes the county to enter into this year-to-year lease purchase agreement structured by Stiefel and purchased by Bank of America, and to sign and execute all of the documents related to the financings. The resolution's been drafted by your bond counsel, Gilmore and Bell, Garth Herman, who I think has been here before, and has been reviewed by your county counselor and your administration. Once approved, we will get the documents finalized, prepare the issue for closing. It's currently scheduled for September 9th. At that time, you'll have funds to either purchase the additional equipment and install or reimburse for any expenses that have already been paid. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions you might have regarding this process.
The Series 17 lease purchase has an approximate balance of $3 million.
$3,760,000. And that's on the left-hand side of your page.
At 2.083.
The new lease is in a principal amount of $2,810,000. And that's in the box towards the right-hand side of your page. That's the new lease structure.
Okay. Just the mathematical division of that is 3.406, and you got a 3.376 rate agreed to?
I took the interest cost of both next interest payments divided by both principal amounts, and I did 2026 since there is no principal payment in the first year of the new lease. And to just get apples to apples, it's probably a little bit more if you do it that way, but just to get apples to apples, that's how I got that blended rate.
Well, I think the blended rate was well negotiated.
Thank you. And I was surprised that Bank of America offered to do that, just because I think in the banker sense in me, we'd want to get out of that 2.58% and be able to reinvest at a higher interest rate. So I think they really stepped up and is trying to do the best thing they can for the county. So a great result, and we thank Bank of America for helping us out with that.
Just remember, they're getting a better rate than the Fed rate on 10-year bonds.
They are, yes. They're going to make $1 or $2, but they could probably make a few more dollars if they would have done it a little differently.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions. I just want to say thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Did you want to?
I think that our community has spoken very strongly about their wishes on how we proceed on this particular matter, especially with the library. So I'm going to make a motion and then leave it open for further discussion if need be. But I would like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 22-2025.
I'll second.
All right, since we are going to have to fill in the dots on this, Madam Clerk, make sure that we're specific on filling in the resolution correctly. Motion by Commissioner Basque, seconded by Commissioner Gurman. The resolution was read and considered and put on motion for the adoption, was carried by the following vote. We'll do it by roll call. Commissioner Utes?
Aye.
Commissioner Basque?
Aye.
Commissioner Gurman?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Schultz? Aye. Resolution is passed, and each of the commissioners are going to be asked to sign the resolution as indicated. Is there any other technicalities, Mr. Administrator, that we need to comply in order to adopt this resolution and empower the people so empowered by the resolution to finalize the lease purchase?
No, I believe this will be all you need to do. The documents will be coming in this week, probably, so those people that are identified will just need to be available to, and we'll be in contact with everyone so we can try to get all the documents signed, so,
Well, I'm authorized to sign by the resolution,
yes.
and however, the specific resolution that we just passed requires each commissioner's signature.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes, I think Brett does have some copies of,
Yeah, these are, do they want to sign them right now?
yeah,
Is that the resolution?
yes,
These are the signature pages.
signature pages, yes.
I do have 3 printed.
Do you? Okay.
Well, Jerry, you can send a thank you card. Can't believe he's that benevolent.
He's not.
I know, but
It kind of shows you that they have more faith in us than the 10-year treasury notes.
well, that may change Friday. It might after they have their little confab. And, oh yeah, they're roughing it, Jackson Hole.
That brings us to the end of our business agenda. Is there a need for a break, sir?
I'm good.
All right, very good. You need a break, sir? All right. We'll continue on then with staff reports after we get our paperwork done. Thank you, everyone. Mackenzie is not in the room. We'll go straight to Trista then. Madam Treasurer, please announce yourself for the viewing public.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Trista Joyce, County Treasurer. Before you have a report on interest earned on idle funds in the second quarter. So just walking through that report, the first section is demand deposit accounts. So that's going to be regular checking accounts and money market accounts. We do earn some interest on those. The middle section is going to be current investments, so listed out as of the end of June. So there's several that you can see that did mature in July. They've been reinvested or deposited to money market accounts. And then the bottom, you will see a summary of interest earned both for the quarter and year to date. So for the quarter, it was about $641,896.62. For year to date, it was $307,609.59. Does anybody have any questions?
I do not. Thank you for
Okay.
the itemized report.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very nice, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's go on with the administrator's report, please.
Okay, Chairman, I want to let you know that Mackenzie let me know that she does not have anything to report this time, so we can move on beyond that. And with regard to my report, there are a few things I want to mention. Number one, the city manager and myself have talked about scheduling a joint city-county meeting on September the 16th. That's a Tuesday. Because they have a meeting at 1 o'clock, we'll give you we'll confirm the times, but we're looking at from 11 to about 12:30 that we would meet, and the city is hosting this one. There has been some interest possibly in moving the September 15th, which is a regularly scheduled meeting for the county commission, to September the 16th, so moving it one day, so you could have your meeting in the day. We would go to the joint session, and then, so everything would be done within one day. If you want to do that, you could certainly make that change. We are going to have on the 16th a presentation from Raptilus. They're the company that's doing the organizational study, the review. And so we are getting a draft from them. We're supposed to get a draft from them on Friday. And I think then we're supposed to, the group that, the committee will then have a conversation with them, I believe, on the 27th. And then they'll look at doing the final presentation on September 16th or the 15th, whichever one you want to have the meeting date. And then there is a pre-construction for both the Project A and Project B on the VRF or the heating and cooling systems that we just recently talked about. That will occur this week on Wednesday. So once we meet with the contractors, we'll have an idea when they can start. We'll talk with them about the projects and some of the needs we have, trying to get the library going and things like that. So that project is moving along.
Okay, because I signed the contracts as authorized by the commission, both the library and this building and the county attorney and courthouse, with the two different vendors that are providing those contract services. So the viewing public should know that the contracts are signed. It's a matter of getting them implemented now that we are funded. Get those repairs made. I know that we're long into the summer season, but I hope to maybe have a little cooler weather that will allow everybody to stay open, not interrupt the important duties of the court. It's not just library patrons that are being called upon to live in those conditions.
And we have invited the department heads that work in those buildings to be at the pre-construction conference so that they can hear and have input onto with the project schedule and that kind of thing.
With that in mind, Commissioners, I'd like to have a motion to change the regular session from September 15th to September 16th and commence at 8:30 a.m.
So moved.
Actually works better for me to leave our meeting on the 15th. My morning already has a couple of items on the 16th. I'd have to readjust, unless it's gonna work better for everybody else to switch it. I'd prefer to keep it the same.
Makes no difference to me. What,
Well, are we going to, can you make the joint session then?
Yes.
Later in the morning?
Yes.
yeah, 11?
And we wouldn't have to change Ref Tellus if we didn't move.
Right.
Mr. Administrator, does it matter to you?
No, that's fine. It was just suggested that we consider the 16th, but the 15th, keep it on the 15th is fine. If,
My suggestion, we had a motion. Can you withdraw the
I'll
motion?
withdraw the motion.
All right,
I'm good.
so we'll have regular session then on Monday, the 15th at 8:30 a.m. so that everybody can attend. And then we'll have a special session at what time on the 16th?
Right now, we're looking at 11 o'clock. We'll confirm that, and that will be,
Location, sir?
that will be at the city offices where we met the last time. If there's some change in that, they were, the city, since they're hosting it, they will put that on their announcement for a meeting. So, but we will let you know if there's anything that's changed on that.
Madam Clerk, make the changes and publish them, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, no report from McKinsey, so then we're down to board governance. Is there any changes in meetings or events, Madam Clerk?
The only thing added is just the 25th anniversary celebration from Live Well.
All right, very good. I'm glad that's included. Do we have a need for executive session?
The order of events for today, we won't have an executive session right now. I think that will need to come later. Once you're through your commissioner reports, the next item of business will be a recess at that point and executive sessions after lunch. So we'll reconvene.
All right, do we want to terminate this session, or do we want to call a recess?
You're gonna
Do our
recess.
reports and then.
Yeah,
recess?
do your commissioner reports at this point in time, and then we can take a recess after that.
Until 1:45?
Until 12:45.
Yeah, the plan will be to come back at 12:45 and need for an executive session at that point. So recess until 12:45.
Thanks for telling me what we're doing.
You're welcome.
We'll go right to left. Seniority, sir.
I have no reports, other than I attended the meet with the candidates last night.
Which was very well attended by the community. I don't know what the actual ticker count was, but I estimated around 50. And that was very nice of the persons, first of all, the candidates to be there, and all of us, thank you. And also those people from the community who attended and gave us their remarks. Those remarks are being tabulated and will be prepared for us for evaluation from community input when the time arrives. That was very well attended last night. I do want to thank each commissioner for being there and receiving public comment. Commissioner Kerman.
I think there were 75, according to Leanne, approximately 75 who attended. So that was actually not too bad. Some others I would like to have seen, but it was pretty good. A couple of things that I did have a phone conversation with Pam Tuller, the library director. We are not having an August board meeting because of the heat, and there wasn't anything that was really pressing, so that we decided to forego. However, she did mention that she had reached out to Nolan and offered if it would be more beneficial for them to, because they've been kind of trying to work out how they're gonna go in and replace things and work on things while the library is functioning. She did offer to try to figure out an alternative location where they could kind of do some of the things that they do and let them have full access to the building, if that would help to speed things up. So they are willing to work with us with that regard. They're just excited to be getting up and running again. I also attended a Builders Association luncheon. It was really good. They actually did something kind of new for them and brought in the candidates for local offices. That was really, actually, it was good. It was really well attended. It was a different format. It wasn't so much a debate or a forum. It was just like, hey, get up and tell us about yourself and what your platform is. So I recommended they do that again. That was actually really good. I did attend the meet and greet for the administrator finalists last night. It was really a good opportunity to meet with these guys, and I would really like to applaud Leanne. She's not in the room right now, but she did a fantastic job putting that together and putting all of this together today and coordinating everything. She put a lot of time and effort into it, and I just want her to know that we appreciate her. And I think that's all I have.
Commissioner Baskey.
You know, I will tell you that my experience is that the head doesn't work without a backbone, and Leanne certainly is being the backbone of the county right now, so I do too really appreciate her. I had a backbone when I was sheriff for 25 years, so I don't know what I would have done without her. I attended one meeting, a fair board meeting last week. Gary attended. They basically went over how the fair went and finances and all those kind of things. And during that meeting was some discussion, particularly by me, about ideas about moving the fair forward and also operations at the fairgrounds to improve facilities and everything to try to attract more activities in the future because I think that we recognize that one of the few revenue generating sources that we do have is the fairgrounds. And so there are some things that need to be improved down there. Electrical certainly does. Seems that every year just before opening day that there's some electrical issues, and I think as a county, I think we'll probably have some future discussions about it, but I think there's some things that we need to do to fix and upgrade the electrical system, maybe the parking lot, certainly the air conditioning. So I think that one of the things that I mentioned is that I'm only one commissioner, but my idea is that that's certainly something I'm very interested in moving forward, is to improve those facilities down there to attract future activities and revenue sources. And that's all I had.
Commissioner Oods.
I have nothing to report other than the meet and greet was, I was impressed with the first part of our process and selecting our administrators, and our first responders did appreciate the excess food. That went well. And then in September, I will be attending with Commissioner Jones the meeting up in Russell. What is that?
KLPG.
KLPG. So I will be attending with Commissioner Jones.
Well, that's important work that is important for all of us, and also the Kansas Association of Counties with regard to our legislative agenda that needs to be set in the next 3 months. It's tomorrow that the legislature convenes in January. And so when we put those combined information activities together, we need to be responsive and also provide leadership to KAC to understand the scope and depth of what we're trying to accomplish in continuing to preserve our economic machine here in Finney County. KAC is a very important voice, as is KL. There we go. Get the acronyms right. And also the Kansas Commissioners Association, County Commissioners Association. And they're all under the direction of the same folks that help us with the legislature. Commissioner Jones, your position with KLPG in the leadership role, is that another year term? Or?
I have another year. I'm one of the few remaining execs that are available for the executive committee. some of the other commissioners have all retired, so I'm still hanging in.
Well, we need you to do that and also to assist Commissioner Oots and hopefully assuming some of that leadership responsibility. That's a very, very important thing for our commission. All right.
I did register for that as well, so I'll be.
You're gonna attend? Good.
Well, that's wonderful.
It's a good meeting.
I think that we can't have enough impact on those people. With that, I don't think we have anything else on our agenda. I just wanted to comment briefly. Start the timer, Kevin. So here we are looking at the reports from Human Resources with 57 open positions in the county. And our marketing video is really important to help us try to attract and retain those people. And as we go through the process here today, to make the important work and decisions that will impact the county, its employees, and our future. Let's keep in mind that we have, as the invocation said, to keep everyone in mind for the betterment of our community. With that, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Madam Counselor, you have something to add?
Just one point of clarification. We'll actually be in full recess until 11:30. From 11:30 to 12:45, we will have a work session that will include the directors and the two candidates that we have for the new administrator position. And then at 12:45, we'll reconvene back into session.
That's the order of the chair. We'll be in recess.
is on?
Yeah.
They've been
Well, the
here
nice
and
part about it is earlier today, it got reported to me when we were having the long discussion on the video and which way we should go. My mic failed for whatever reason. I got text saying, I can't hear you. So, and nothing changed, and it was good, and then the streaming was bad. So,
Well, you kind of have to lean into your mic to get it to pick up usually.
I shouldn't have to do that. All right, we're waiting for the last 30 seconds worth. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the commission back to order from its recess and from the end of the work session. Commissioners, there's a need for an executive session. The counselor's not here, but
Here she is.
Here she is. Madam Counselor, do you agree there's a need for an executive session?
There is.
And in that executive session, you want the commission, all department heads, all electeds, yourself and the administrator?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is an executive session as defined by law, and we're going to close this room, correct?
Yes. And we'll need that for 1 hour.
1 hour.
Yes.
And we will reconvene at 1:45. All
Yes.
right, is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded as announced for an executive session with all department heads, the interim administrator, the county counselor, and all electeds in this room as a closed room executive session for a period of 1 hour. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are in executive. executive session?
So move.
And technically, we were not in executive session. We were.
Yes, we were. Do you have anything else you would like to say?
So move.
We have another executive session that we need to go into.
Okay, can we wait until we vote on this one?
Yes.
Do you have anything else you'd like, Vice Chair?
We have another executive session that we need to go into.
Okay, can we wait until we vote on this one?
Yes.
All right, we're getting good feedback and all present, and we have a motion to go back into regular session and a second. And no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're back in regular session. Is there a need for a further executive session this afternoon, Madam Counselor? There is. And I didn't hear you on the voice, so.
I think they took care of the echo there, but there is a need for another executive session.
All right, and what is your recommendation for the need for an executive session?
This one's going to be for non-elected personnel, will be the reasoning behind it. I believe we're gonna have different individuals in there, just giving a time frame for who's going to be in there at what time.
All right, so the first one is for 10 minutes with the SGR representative.
Correct, we'll have her, the
Yourself.
board, myself, and Mr. Meager.
All right, and that's for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Commencing at 1:55 until 2:05.
Yes.
And at 2:05, who then would be present?
At 2:05, the same individuals will be present within it, and then we will add our first candidate that we're interviewing, and that will be Derek Ramos.
That'll be for a period of 30 minutes.
Yes.
And then after that, the expiration of that 30 minutes, we will interview the second person.
Yes, the same, Mr. Ramos will be out of the executive session at that point. The rest of the individuals who are participating will stay in there, and we will bring in Christopher Ford at that point in time for 30 minutes at that juncture.
All right, and then we are expected to reconvene then in general session at what time? Do your math.
What, if we're gonna start at
3:10 or 3:05?
3:05, 3:05, we'll convene back in here.
Be not before 3:05.
Yes.
All right. Motion to go into executive sessions with persons identified by the county counselor for the purpose of non-elected personnel
So moved.
Second.
for the times stated by the, is that
Ro-
also your second?
Yes.
Correct.
To reconvene at 3:05. Is that also true, movement?
Yes. Oh,
And second?
Yes.
yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in executive session. We'll meet with the SGR representative, and we'll ask you to come in the room at 2:05. Back to order. We need a motion to go out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go out of executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Back in regular session. The counselor's not here, nor the administrator. And, however, I believe there's a need to have a short executive session, about 10 minutes, to discuss non-elected personnel, to have the administrator, the SGR representative, and council present.
As well as the commissioners?
Yes, well, yes, the commissioners. Gary, Mr. Meager, I'm suggesting that we have a further executive session for 10 minutes to discuss non-elected personnel with yourself, the counselor, and the SGR representative, Marcia.
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose as stated by the chair for a duration of 10 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in executive session. We'll be back in 10. Session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for regular session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I'll confirm to everyone that no action was taken. We extended a little bit of time over because a consensus was not reached. And, Madam Counselor, is there a need for a further executive session on non-elected personnel with yourself, the administrator, and SGR representative?
There is.
And the length of time?
I think that's wholly dependent on what the board decides that they want to do time-wise.
Madam Vice Chair, 15 minutes.
I think 15 minutes will work.
Your motion then?
Yes. I move that we enter into executive session. Does anybody need a break first? So 3:35 for 15 minutes.
Second.
To discuss non-elected personnel, to have the administrator, counselor, and SGR representative present.
That's correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go back into regular session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back into regular session, the chair announces that we will have a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, August 20th at 2 p.m. For the purpose of, once again, dealing with non-elected personnel and determining our next county administrator. So with that in mind, is there any other business before the commission and the commissioners? Are you all available on the 20th at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. Council and administrator, will that work for you as well?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, with that in mind, is there any other business before the commission at this time? Hearing none, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been seconded to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.